Well, hello there. Just trying to get Nightbot working correctly here. I added the command, but it doesn't seem to be outputting the command I told it to. Ah! I'll have to dig into this more later. Unfortunately, I can't test it offline, which is really, really annoying. But... see if I can pull up docs real quick. I won't spend terrible long time on this, but... if it's something simple that the docs will help me to resolve really quick, then I'll do it. Variables. Channel. Channel. Let's test this one really quick. This is directly out of the docs. And it's slightly different from the other one I got. So let's try... okay, so that worked. Let's see if we can fix the other one really quick here. Oops. There we go. Apparently the syntax must have changed. Now then, let's get on with the actual task of the day. We have forgotten to open a terminal, so let's do that first. Turn that down just a hair. We have some frameworky bugs probably, but we can work around those. We have a couple things we need to do. This needs to be a little bigger. These need to be probably a different color to call out that, hey, they are buttons that you are welcome to interact with. We need to finish this form. We need to make it look better in general. And add the remaining fields. So for attributes, I think this is it. Let's go take a look. ID, name, description, alt text, yes. Skills, however, need to have a base attribute, which needs to tie into the other, right? To the data behind everything. Well, if it isn't Mr. Mongoose and the Golang gang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Ash and the Factorio Rusty Writing gang. How you doing today, Ash? And we're gonna need to be aware of those skills. It's a very specific gang, right? I imagine you guys have a club meeting. There's probably a secret handshake. I've done a lot of slacking and gaming, so I consider it a good day. Excellent. Speaking of gaming, put up a YouTube poll, and of the respondents, most people were interested in playing games. Some said a separate channel, which might be smart for algorithm reasons. So I just need to figure out what I'm going to play. And I kind of still like the idea of the Zachtronics games, like starting with Shenzhen and then going to Exapunks. I haven't completed either one of them. I've done a very little Shenzhen. I got further in Exapunks before I got distracted with other projects, but heard that about algorithm channels work best when they're focused. Yeah, I think Twitch is probably less of a big deal there. So I don't know. We'll have to see. We might just try it out and see what happens. It's really hard to separate signal from noise as to what people are really interested in. It's also TIS, Magnum Opus, and perhaps my favorite Space Chem. Right. I did see TIS in there, which was interesting. But I want to dabble without spending $1 billion on games. As it is, I would have to probably repurchase for a stream-specific account just to avoid any issues. Which, I mean, it's like $15 for Shenzhen. That's not bad. Give it a try, see what the response is like. Yeah, kind of what I was thinking. I would have to... It has to be something that my laptop can run, which isn't like a beastly gaming laptop or anything. Or I would have to set up my desktop to be able to have a completely separate account for streaming. That way I don't like accidentally leak bank info or something by some stupid mistake, right? About 5 days there'll be that spring sale, and I think these Zachtronics games are usually bundled up and very discounted. Yeah, that could be. That might be an interesting thing to check. And that would also kind of dovetail with, there's a couple things I really want to finish up before I get too distracted. But like, I would like to do some gaming because, like, after 4 hours straight programming, my brain gets a little crispy because I'm not only code stuff, but also stream stuff. And I still find it really hard to balance that. It's getting easier, but there's still a lot of stuff going on that it's a distraction. Not like in a bad way, but just like in a fact of life way, right? So, being able to stream longer by doing an easier thing is interesting to me. But figuring out what people actually want to hang out for, that's the tricky part. If you already have Shenzhen and Xpunks, those are very good starting point. Yeah, but I would probably want to be on a separate account from my normal Steam account, right? I was playing Horizons, the Horizons Drive whatever silly game, the demo with some friends of mine. And when we joined the game, it used all of our real names. And I was like, I didn't even know Steam presented that as an option. So that's kind of weird, right? Which it's like, it's not the biggest secret in the world, but like, I would prefer not, right? Yeah. Fortunately, we all knew one another in real life, so it wasn't a huge deal, but I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. There is such a thing as internet safety? Yeah, exactly. So I'd probably set up a new account, and then I would have to rebuy them. Which, I mean, aside from the lack of income part, I would be 100% happy to do. Because let's give the cool people, vote with our wallets for the cool things that we want to see more of, right? That's the only reason I haven't just done it yet. Or you can family share yourself? Maybe. But I don't know if that would show up at all, right? I'll have to test that when I get a little closer to being ready to set that up. All right, so let's get our stuff in order here. Let's start with what is hopefully easy and make these headers a little bit bigger. Let's see, that's going to be in the widget itself. Up here. Family share equals other account can use your library. At most, it will display the owner's Steam nickname in the library window. Never want to stream your desktop or Steam anyway. Right, yeah. If you stream exclusively the game, then all info in there will be from the new Steam account, I'm quite sure. Yeah? It becomes a matter of, is it worth experimenting for $15, right? Like, if $15 is the determining factor in anything in my life that is serious, it's pretty bad anyway, so it's probably not going to matter. Also, I'd be willing to gift you Factorio Space Age. Like you said, the graphics doesn't do it for you. The graphics I could get over, the two-dimensional Factorio-ness of it doesn't do it for me. I crave 3 dimensions and conveyor stacks and vertical factories in tiny areas and madness, basically. It really works well in 2D. It's well designed. I mean, like, it works, but I crave the 3D. Dyson Sphere program possibility. I think I've heard of it, but I haven't looked at it that I can remember. I hope you're doing good. I'm doing all right. I hope you're doing well as well there, Anu. How goes the school stuff and the job hunting and everything? Header. Grows on the X. We make you hoverable. Just so that you can click on that as well, right? Yes. The heart of the game is the almost engineering-like aspect of it. I do hope you'll give it a serious shot at some point, but I can understand having style and graphics preferences. Let's take a quick peek, just for funsies. Dyson Sphere program. Dyson Sphere program is basically the 3D Factorio. It's quite fun. Let's take a peeky peek. This looks like half familiar. But I don't know if I've seen it or not. I've seen things like it for sure. Oh no, I'm derailing the code stream. I mean, that's alright. It happens. Completed my college a few days ago. Now I can focus on job hunting. Well, fantastic. Congratulations. Good work. Welcome to the full-time job hunting world. I hope you got the grade or the result or whatever that you hoped for. You. We added you. Let's do... we'll do that. And then... let's do top padding. Let's do 15 maybe? And the side to side is fine. Can I, there we go. I really wish their API was more consistent in the methods. Let's see how that looks with that. So I decided I'm not worried about. Just the top and bottom. Oh, that's not going to hit the bottom though. It wasn't top that I wanted. It's vertical. But that's a pretty decent padding setting. Set vertical, that's what it is. Thank you, and thanks so much to Mongoose Studio. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like that a lot more. Okay. Let's just do a quick commit for that before we go messing with other stuff in case we end up in the weeds. Add padding to header labels to make them more header-y. Done. Now, the widget. Item tile widget. They're hoverable, they're clickable. Let's make them selectable. Is that going to automatically style when they're selected for me? I think, maybe? No. So we have to do that ourselves. Okay, that's probably fine. Is it selectable or is it... Yeah, okay. We might have to do it by state. I'm seeing a lot of people using JetBrains products. Is anything special about it? I mean, not really. It's just a really solid IDE that a lot of people like. It's paid though, so like, you gotta spend money if you're doing anything commercial with it. Which I do. I have a license for. The Python IDE and a couple others. I can't remember which ones exactly, but a couple others have like a community edition that you can use for free if you're not doing commercial stuff. What do I have? I have surfaces. What does a button use by default? Let's look at their stuff for a little inspiration slash consistency, right? Frame, button types, filled. So filled is default. Color scheme, primary base. Okay. Like so. That. And then this would become primary. What do they use? They do a box shadow. Oh, yeah? I can't be yet. Color is the font. Which we probably want to use too. that. I'm not convinced this is the... Oh, that's... I'm not convinced this is correct, but let's just try it and see what we get. Okay, so maybe. And then we would do... We get rid of our border. We don't need a gray border around it anymore. It's alright, I guess. We want them to be... disabled if we are not. We don't have that ability at this level. We got going on here. The look at the item, the widgets where we do the switch. We would need to also do have to drive the children to toggle their selectable ability. Or hoverable, rather. Which, maybe that's fine. Or let's do disabled. And then here, let's do it first, actually. And then in our widget, it was noisy, sorry. In our toggle active helper, children, except for it's not that, it's oh, we have a 4 widget children we could use. Takes an int, a widget, returns a bool. Am I a computer science grad too? Kind of. I did a 2-year degree in computer systems technology. It was more OS stuff than programming. Children just gives me a list of node. Let's just do that. Because it'll be easier. Because we need to make a decision here. We need to say... how do I tell if... there's a helper for this. Where does it live, though? For one, it's a node, so we need to as widget it. And then we can say... we have is disabled. I guess because it implements... because it wraps frame, maybe that's fine. Maybe we could just use disabled on it, or not. So we could just do, instead of an if, maybe we can just be a little sloppy here. Set state to state's disabled, but this will be the inverse of this. So if it is active, then state's disabled is false. Give that a shot. And oh, I need to not do that. Cancel that. I need to do if I'm not state disabled. Just use the bits and pieces from the framework directly. Meow. It's not getting set correctly. And that's because here we need to when we create it, and we can test this theory. If we toggle it back and forth, then it becomes... I don't like that, though. It's also not working for hover. It's still applying. And I'm actually starting to wonder, actually, I believe this is correct, and it's not just default behavior doing our hovered stuff. No, it is doing it by default. Okay. I would need to... Can I do this? If we do that... No, it's still hoverable. Let's put that back. Don't need that right now. I guess we would do... I can't do abilities. Outside of a styler. I don't think this is gonna work, but we can give it a shot. Still gets styled. And I can't remember if buttons do that by default. Let's take a look. Is disabled. It's on widget base, so we can use that. And this is all in the initial styler, which makes sense. Except we don't have that. And we're not actually a button, we're a frame. Let's go look at frame really quick. All the sliding stuff. But there's no... So why? Why you do this? Nothing's really telling you to do that right now. Unless it goes deeper. What if it's on a widget base? Let's get rid of that temporarily. Ah. Header. No, that's just for the header. And the body. Body. What's going on? Where do you come from? If not frame, I guess you could be maybe node base? It doesn't seem... No, you'd probably have to be widget base. Well, look though. Get rid of this because it's not really contributing anything. It's not selectable, is it? Nope. Only set. Okay, right. Yeah, that's for the inspector's override. Focusable. Border is border. Never need bigger border. Right. Okay. Hmm. Not set there. All we do is turn the hovered state off in here. Or on. Ah. No, it's header. Yeah. Not... It's the header and it's the frame at the root. It's not the individual tile. So why in the world are you getting a hover style? I guess what we could do is go really crazy with it and see if we're overriding it. Let's just say that so it turns a horrible green. Okay, so that does work to override. And then we would do check to make sure that we're not disabled. And then up here, do the same thing. You can put this back in. And we'll have to do is when we create you, in our loop here after we set the struct. We disable you. And then when this toggles, because it's what we do after we build it in main, remember why we called that. I don't think we need to, though, hopefully. We toggle active on you, which should turn all of you on. But it doesn't. Unless... No, we do an update there. So if this is false and becomes true, then we're setting state to false of disabled, which is correct. So why is that not enabling you? Because... No, we call update as part of toggle, right? No. This we need to call update on, I think. Well, no, we called update on those guys, so it shouldn't matter. That's right, I forgot about that. Because toggle active here, not toggle func. Toggle active updates the thing that's been toggled. Let's inspect. Inspect. And take a look at body, frame 0, item tile. So we just go in here. Yeah, it's set to disabled. Which probably means that this is not... because the children... It's not recursive. The children of this frame are the header and the body. We would need... but you're not that. You are... a list of item tiles, specifically pointers. So here we would need to do all of that, and then item Tile widgets. That. That. And then here, instead of going through children, tile widgets. Tile widgets. Okay. I don't want this to be grayed out, though. I do want this to be... Also, it doesn't... doesn't appear to be set correctly on the first launch. Is that a draw problem? No. Digit 0, body, frame. If we toggle active on attributes, which toggles them and sets the state. And widget here. This. What do we set the active? Defaults to false. That's a one-time set. We don't want that. I wonder if we can just wrap widget base here instead of frame. I wonder if that helps. But I'm going to distract from this issue. The tile widgets, set the state, toggle active. Oh, I don't need to as widget you anymore. That's a nice thing. Maybe that was breaking. confusing that it works when you toggle. Not on first run. Is there something else? Like everything else seems to be correct. Set the state. Didn't think I could do that, but you know, sometimes you just gotta try. That I need to make sure we do a new line. And then state is now true. Meaning we should be setting state to false. Let's, just for fun, say print that out. I forgot to flip it. That's fine. Okay, it's not running. Why isn't it running? Set data list. I wonder if it's because do it all as one? Because we set the list at the start. It sure is empty though. Why? For funsies, if I call update here. And now it works. Okay. Don't close that. Why would that need to be updated? if we were to break this out for fun and science, we've killed our update there. Then still nothing. Smells like async weirdness. It's because this doesn't get rerun until we call update. That's why. So what we need to do is get rid of this. It needs to move into here. We can still return this, but we also need to call update. And that, just because it makes me happier. Let's run GoGen again real quick, just to be sure that it doesn't override it, or it doesn't add it again. It shouldn't. Except for it will. Okay. That's deeply annoying. We'll fix it this way. Don't think anything else is using that. I should do that though. Oops. It's fine. Exclude you. Fix my typo real quick. Data list, like so. And that works. Run this one more time to fix the other stuff in the type gen. And come on, you can do it. There we go. Now let's run you. Perfect. Okay. That fixes that. Now we just need to get our highlighting working better and our disabling working better. Okay. Or looking better, I should say. It works fine. We're going to close that. We're going to keep this all in the same one because it's all kind of the same. Let's comment this out really quick. And also let's remove our tracing stuff. Not sure if I love that, but it'll be fine. Okay. Widget base. That's what I was going to... So instead of frame, widget base. And we do widget base init. Where does that leave us with the way things look? Ah, I did that in the wrong place. You silly. You go back to frame, you go back to frame. Item tile. Widget base. Widget base. So it's still present, even though everything else is kind of broken. So let's look at a different way to overload or override rather this. We need to can I don't think I can override all of it because it's going to add these stylers. So I can't just override all of it by adding a styler on this condition or a styler property on this condition, I don't think. But we can try. So if I am disabled, if I do that, things like my pointer should still be the little crossy out guy. If I'm correct. Yeah, okay. And that actually didn't change anything. What I think I actually need to do is box shadow. Box shadow 0? No shadows. Part of box shadow 0. Applying is purely semantic. Find out. I don't think it's box shadow. I really just need to figure out where this comes from. Frame. Disabled, let's say. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. I would need to... Only enable, not disable, since some other widget like slider may want to enable. Widget-based style. Render widget. Child with focus. Here's my init. Space. Okay. Would it be in style somehow? Disabled. Okay. Opacity. Or opacity, however you pronounce that. So if we were to do this... and then... Cursor's dot cursor, I guess? Nope. Where do we set? Arrow. Maybe. See if that overrides. Okay. And then everything kind of gets highlighted as part of this, which is what we want. The other thing I guess I could do is... is this, instead of messing with this... Well, no, this is still going to... We wouldn't really gain anything, because we're setting disabled, which is kind of a different thing than setting the... disabled state, right? So it kind of just needs to stay like that. I don't know that this communicates... Maybe these should go back to... Maybe this should go back to a kind of like a flat looking thing. We've got to reset our color. And then we don't need to worry about this part. I don't need this at all. That, and then we can color. So I forgot. Firebase. We need to get theming running at some point just so that we can have a better idea of what we're doing with the coloring. I'm hoping that they document it before I want to get there. But... okay, that's not quite... select on container. Colors as scheme dot primary dot base. It's the border. That's for when it's selected. Is it here? No color there. Okay. Would it be in frame then? No. It would have to be... here? No. There has to be a default setting somewhere, right? If you don't mess with it, it changes, or it doesn't change too. Or primary dot on. It's not background on. I don't think this is documented, but let's find out. Just in case I'm forgetting. Probably in concepts and style, maybe. Scheme. This might help. No, there's no text in here. Okay. On background? Could it be that simple? Could be that simple. Okay. And then we swap back over. I think... Oh, I want to check the... You don't, take that out, I suppose. Why don't we... Does that disable, state is dot hovered Not that. It's colors dot on, or colors dot scheme dot on surface. I think. Could be wrong about the color, but it should change something, so. Okay, so that does work, but before everybody would get highlighted. Now these guys don't. But I suspect that it's got to do with the events and the disabled state. So maybe if you're hovered, I might just be able to do no. No, it wouldn't be here. It'd be at the widget level. Surface container. Set state to disabled. Toggle active. Set data list. Think why do you suddenly not just for fun? Well, no, that'd break all the things. Let me double check. Yeah, it used to. Not completely insane. It's got to be the disabled state, I think. Actually, we can test that by doing that. So on the first launch, they're not disabled. It kind of looks... No. They don't get the highlighting. Okay. Hoverable, clickable. Okay. Let me just do this really quick. stash the changes and so we mainly set this before. But what would the state... How was the state driven? Do we get that just for free? Thought we just tried that, but I could be wrong. Let me run that. Yeah, they don't get included in that anymore, which is weird. Unless it's because take this out really quick. Unless the event doesn't propagate to them because they're disabled. Let's do... So it wouldn't be here. We would need to do it here. And then go... through my tile widgets. Hovered. Still doesn't do much for me. Just to be sure, take that, put it back in. We might have to do this, like it might make more sense to do this through a different variable if this is going to be such a mess to try to untangle. Okay, yeah. So they got highlighted. Let me relaunch that. Ugh, I just moused over it. Okay. Toggle. And then back. There we go. Cleared. Added. Okay. It's not the same color, but that's fine. Yeah, so, okay. We need to do this a different way because disabling breaks too many things. This we can still drive off of something else. We can do call you active, let's just say. And then instead of this, this is actually if it's false. We might not need that at all. And then when we do our toggle, let's get rid of this because that's just silliness. We need this to actually be exported. Just leave the strings alone for a second here. Go generate, we'll run again as I choke on my own spit. Here we go. And then we run you again. And hopefully the one that's not selected, because it's the default. Oh, I forgot to... That's fine. Yes. No. Yes. Yes, it's fine. This, we need to, instead of doing that, set active to the same variable as the parent active. Okay. I'm like 90% certain that that is correct now. Let's do up here, still in widget. Get rid of that real quick. And make sure still looks like a different color though. But I don't need that since it's going to take care of it for me. Forget why I thought I needed that. We can test this really quick. So now if I do that, oh, you're disabled again. Why are you disabled? Because I called toggle. Set active. Did not call. Okay. You I forgot to do. Which actually I shouldn't need to do. That should be the default. It's really annoying. Why is this? Why did it work before just perfectly fine? I actually took a video of it. Oops, let's open that with the other. DLC should get her done. So I sent a video to some folks to see what they thought of the UI so far. And it very clearly highlights everything. Like we mouse over. Why does that break suddenly? And if I do a stash, let's run you again. Yeah, you're very happy to be... Oh, you know what? I bet you... you're transparent. What is it? I can't use you as image. Can I do nil? I wouldn't do that here. Let's unstash. Stash pop. Reload. And then in my tile, it's not active. This is probably gotta go away. Or it doesn't matter. Background. Nil. Are we gonna explode or experience great success? Yeah, they're transparent. Okay. And then can we toggle this just like this, nice and easy? We can. Yes, good. Fantastic. Okay. Um, I'm thinking. I'm just gonna leave that. This up here, can we actually get rid of our custom on hover and just let Cogent take care of it? The answer appears to be yes. Okay, perfect. Less code is better. Take care of that. If it's active, we say that you are hoverable. That's the header, sorry. Body. Think we might still need that. Let me double check. That fires if it's active. Yeah, okay. That's still hoverable, and it's actually still clickable too, so that's fine. Perfect. How do you know when a project is good enough to stop working on and move on? That's tricky. have I done, have I hit the key points of what I really wanted to do? Is the UX UI good for most people? And kind of just like trying to be honest with yourself about like, do I still have the motivation to add a new thing to this project, or should I be working on a different project? And is it done enough that it's usable and a good experience, right? And I probably get it wrong reasonably often, right? For other things, there's a really great oatmeal comic. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm pretty sure I can. It's not this one though. It's this. And you are down here, right here. Drop a link in both chats. And you can read through this, but this applies in the same way to where, like, he's applying it to writing here as well. Like, are you adding real measurable or tangible value? Or are you just messing with it, just petting it, right? And I try to keep that in mind. Okay. Now, we have remedied some of the things I did not like about this. Let's launch this real quick. We got a couple more things to do UI-wise. This we need to fix up. It's crap right now. These, I don't like this side-to-side scroll bar, though. I want that to go away. My biggest downfall is perfectionism. This makes me feel a little better, thanks. Yes, perfectionism, I feel that. That whole, so that's like one of 8 things he wrote about creativity in general that he's learned over his career. And I find all of it to be super valuable. I highly encourage reading it all. Where was I going with that? Let's do a commit here, because I'm reasonably happy with the way this shaped up for now. Whoop. And we'll do, we'll say, make the active pane tile or item tiles look more button-y. We need to do selected on them as well. So we added selectable as a thing. What we're going to do is that as well. And the that we will this Is it that? Hello, what graphics API do you use? Cogent Core. Get you. Oh, I closed it. A linky link. There you go. Drop it in both chats. This needs to be... Do I just need to do this? I think so. Not that. Colors dot... Scheme dot... Not on background. Primary on. Not happy because this can't. Okay, so I do need to do something else here. That's what I need. Is it like an abstraction layer for OpenGL or what? I don't know. Read their docs. I don't care about what it uses under the hood really, so I haven't dug into it. I just want to use it to build the thing. Okay, and now... No. Not selected. Why not selected? You're selectable. Do I need to specify that you become selected? Let's look at a button again. And look at their on-click set handled. This is only in case of if it has a menu, we just send everything. Send, click on enter. That's a key event handler for enter. Okay, right. Yes, that makes sense. Seems that to be run on all platforms. Yes, that is the intent of the library. It's odd that it doesn't send the event up. Well, I guess no, it doesn't matter because you register a click. Well, then you would still need to... No, because that comes from the framework itself, I think, where it... The widget that gets the event, that starts it, gets to handle it. So it should automatically call the handlers that are registered. Which doesn't help me... Nothing's selected, okay. Are you on frame? You're not. Are you in... widget base. Here we go. Select that container. Okay. But that's not in there. Hey Misha, how's it going? Okay. None of that is being tremendously helpful. What we could do is print a console message real quick and see if that fires. And the answer is no. Okay. So let's do in our on click. Oops. We do yeah, just that. Confused is why we don't get this for free. I thought we did. No. That breaks stuff. Completely. Alright. Groovy. Love that. Is it focusable? No. Why? Good, lazy day today. Didn't start working on my Java project. I decided to deep clean my bathroom. Seemed like the better option. Like the more fun option. Nice. Some days it do be like that. Does this maybe kill that? Ah, Mr. Pluck with a Metalocalypse. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and then I come back, we'll Metalocalypse it up for 5 minutes. So be right back. All right. Here we go. Gotta get the full brutal. Just came back from the competition and I see this. Nice. What competition? The wrestling stuff again? Awesome, awesome. Okay. Why? Possible that we have some audio issues today. There's a lot of background noise suddenly. There's a fan running in the other room. It's possible I have audio issues. Seven hours of uninterrupted refereeing. Yes, can confirm background noise? What kind of background noise? Let's see here. If I do that, time I speak, it picks up something in addition. Gotcha. Okay. How about now? Is that better? Oh, it's an issue with Twitch. Interesting. On YouTube, it's fine. Is it still an issue on Twitch? Right, meow? Sounds fine now to me. Okay. Better on Twitch? Gotcha. Interesting. Let's do that, and then... Oops. How's that? All good, more or less the same. YouTube has it also, but quieter. Huh. That's interesting because it should be the same. Same on the audio. On the oops, it came back. On the oops, I had just knocked my mouse over. I don't have a fancy mic suspension system. It's just a real cheap, crappy arm I've had for a long time. So it's possible you're also picking up, keyboard noises. Like this may be what I'm typing and talking. Kind of setup I have. I have a Audio Technica AT2005 USB microphone. And probably a $20 Amazon microphone arm. Keyboard noise is really loud before, but now it's fine. Gotcha. Good to know. My microphone volume. No preamp. I have a good question. I have a Behringer Euphoria UM2. But this microphone is wicked quiet. So it's cranked pretty high. But I just checked my volume levels and it was set to 100% on the input volume for the microphone. No, it has phantom power, but changing that doesn't change the microphone's output at all. So I've turned it off because I didn't know. Since it didn't do anything, I didn't think I should run it, right? It's I've looked into it a little bit, and it was something mentioned by just about everybody that talked about this mic was that it tended to be quiet. So I've got a noise gate and a compressor and an expander and an equalizer and a gain to all get me to where my levels stay pretty much in the yellow. But part of that was actually cranking down the input in software just a little bit to help with the noise gate. But my sound had been changed because it does that sometimes, updates and stuff. Some kind of voice detection. The noise is only there when you speak. Yeah, that's the noise gate. So noise gate chops out anything at the negative 45 decibel range, and it opens at negative 40. So any background noise, and I don't see any background like on my meter. I think I can pop you. Oop. My meter has gone missing. Where did you go? Well, my meter has gone away. Would open everything to see if there's constant noise. Well, no, there's a fan in the other room because it's really, really hot in here right now. But when my meter was still present in OBS, they were not showing anything on the levels. I might be able to... do this. And you can see just a teeny tiny little dot. Maybe filter a specific set of frequencies. I don't know that I have the ability to do that. Nanoplug is saying that the noise is still there, but in my opinion, you can only hear it when you concentrate on it. Maybe I just have bad ears. Or maybe you have good ears. Turn off the noise gate, then you hear the noise. Okay, one sec. Oh no, I can't. OBS has kind of screwed me here. Hang on one second. Just disappears, right? How about now? Is it gone now? Or is it still present? Much better. Okay. One second. How about meow? I turned the fan off. Now I'm turned the fan to low. Is it still there? Still better? Okay. We'll leave it on low then. Because it is like 95 degrees in here. And you don't want me to turn on the AC. That'd be a lot louder. um, so I had it on high to try to get more air flowing through here. But if it's going to make the listening experience suck, we'll compromise on a lower. Sure, there are filters on OBS to filter a specific set of frequencies. Maybe, but because my audio mixer has completely disappeared, because OBS does that sometimes, I don't have the ability to get back to it. Yak shaving? Yes. Yaks are being well and truly shaved. But the inability to mute is, or unmute, is going to be slightly problematic for me if I can't figure out a way to get this to show back up. Because my Be Right Back will mute me, and then it won't be able to unmute. The AC, the only thing in America that I'm jealous of. I mean, it is pretty nice. It's just really loud. And when it gets to be this warm, like, it won't do a ton in here. It'll just burn a lot of electricity. Do I dare? No. Don't do that. I can get to that. All right, that's what we'll do temporarily. I guess. What is MUD stands for? Multi-User Dungeon. We are working on trying to get this to select. We've told you that you're selectable. We had... So expensive to run? Yeah, it can be. Depends where. I'm a student. Everything that's higher than €10 a month is too expensive. Well, go apply to that internship that Pluck showed you yesterday. And then you can afford AC. You guys probably actually have mini splits as a thing, which are much more efficient. Why don't you... We could try on this. Handle event. Pass up the event. That's correct. And then down here, the same thing, we handle events. Set selected true. Just for the sake of experimenting here. Okay, I think that worked. it's really hard to see because we need on container maybe? If I would get that internship, I wouldn't be living here anymore. You would see me in some expensive wood cabin in Sweden by now. I mean, go do it. Don't let your dreams be memes, as they say. Okay. So. I think we go back to on. And we do... take this out of here. We want to be able to do this in here. In here... we have a little bit of padding. If we give you a margin as well, will that give us a little bit of a gap? Considering a portable AC unit for the attic, but the main discomfort is from IR radiation. All bleh, full screen got me. IR radiation of the roof, not from the hot air, and cold air will sink to the floors below. Yeah, it makes sense. So that didn't really... if I make that extra bigger, oops. Would that be... oh, also, I need to, well, getting ahead of myself. The... why... how can I indicate... oh, a closed button. What do they do with the default button to show selected? Text is non-select. I don't think they do anything, but nothing special anyway. What if we... hang on a sec. We leave that alone. And we run. Does whatever machinery deep in the framework take over for us? Would be my question. Now that we're actually setting selected. The answer seems to be no, which is disappointing. Let's try. This makes it a really, really bright blue. Make it bigger. But I want it to be offset. Let's just give you like 5. Or no, let's go down to 4. And then container maybe? Maybe that's like a place in between? There we go. Okay. This we need to do then. Turn you off when you're not there, and I think on container will be bigger. There we go. Okay. But it's because we set it to selected. We never unset. Is there concepts, probably event? Curious as to why the framework doesn't handle this. Long press key function, change, input, focus. Or was it working and I just missed it? Because I couldn't see. So it was really, really subtle before. No. Why don't you get selected if you are selectable when you get clicked? Let's go look at selectable, activatable, double clickable, trickable, draggable, slidable, checkable, clickable. All of that is under the pressable group. Is pressable, is drag or hoverable. Really confused as to where this all happens in the framework. The hmm. Focus name time. Why would focus be required? Or would it even be? Would it matter for this? This is for scrolling, sliding. This is all focus stuff. Um, this on the widget base, which should bubble up. We could manually drive the selected state to observe. If we come in here, override style, come in here. Selected. Nothing. So why not? Selectable, clickable, hoverable, scrollable. The plot thickens. Let's do not that. Debug, event trace, and focus trace. It's just gonna have to be event trace. It's so noisy, but let's go turn that back off before it gets too noisy. Look at show long hover and mouse leave. Got event while invisible. Okay, whatever. Mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse enter. That was everything I bounced over as I went. And then I click. Attend lost. Attend. So attend got sent to this tile. But attend lost didn't. It just got sent to the scene. Select was sent. It's not a click and hold thing. Oh, okay. Maybe that just listens to the event. Maybe it doesn't set the state. The... If we were to come in here, instead of that, we do on select. Is a thing. It's just a func with event. Not that. IT dot set state. That. But that won't turn it off, right? So we still need to figure out how to wire that up. We run this, then that works. Okay. So we set that. Can I do... The scene has an on select. Is there a... There's a set selected. This is a widget base. Let's focus. There isn't... anything to just clear all the selections. I don't think. I wonder if selected isn't supposed to be used for something different than this. What if I search the doc for select? Nothing? That's cool. Maybe in states? No. I would need to Because I don't want them to have focus, right? They're not. They shouldn't be a focusable. Or should they be? I think if I do this, though, I would end up on focus lost. If I do this, I think as soon as I click into the form, it'll lose focus, right? I believe. Or not lose focus, but yeah, lose focus. And then the state will become unselected. I believe. Yeah. Okay. So I guess the other thing that I could do I would have to do it up here at the widget level. And I would have to hang it off of this, which maybe it's fine. Maybe do on click. But also I do um this should be focus to be selected. Or yeah, let's leave the behavior up there. You just know what to do if you are selected. You handle managing your selections. You can be J, I guess. Just so you don't shadow. This shouldn't be double clicked though. On click. Thank you. We need to update you after we do that. Or we could just do you, because then you would probably need to be updated too. In theory, anyway. And then let's do that to indicate which one has been selected. That wiggles that. But if we do like a 10 display pixel margin, would actually only need to be horizontally, I think, but let's see. A steel wiggle. Take that out then. Can I do that? That would need to be there still. That. And then that. Will that work? Maybe. No. A little bit confused as to why it wiggles anyway, because it seems to inset the other button, or the selected button. I'm wondering if that's just not a symptom of the bug that results in the rest of it being kind of wiggly and weird. Let's leave it for now. Wiggly UIs drive me absolutely bonkers, but we're not going to chase that until we know for sure that their layout thing is fixed or is working as intended, in which case we need to figure out how else to fix it. The you need to get out of there. Okay. All right. Everything. You'd also need to, on a Schwappy, probably want to deselect them. Or what if we didn't do this, but instead it's not that though. It's yeah, it is primary. Container? We're to do that. Maybe I like that a little bit better. Like, it still wiggles, so extra fuel to the fire that it's not this. We need to change the on container color. And then, theoretically, when we toggle over, they can stay selected. We don't really care. Yeah, I think I like that better. except for it doesn't override that. So we would need that in theory. So we can save that state. I don't really care. In fact, I almost might want it to. That way you can toggle back and forth and stay where you were. Yes. Yes. Ooh, except for that shares. Why would that share? Because we don't set handle, perhaps? So other things get it, and they're like, oh, hey. That's weird to think about as a possible thing. But it is what seems to be happening. Okay. All right. Sure. Why not, I suppose. For now, until we figure out how we want to share the existence of other things, I guess it's probably fine. The other thing we want to do... Let's do that, and then... when we make this guy... not that one, but this one, the widget... we want to have something selected by default. Probably not. It's probably fine. I don't think we'd really add anything to have like the first element selected or something like that. Let's do a commit here. Set clicked tile to selected and show that it's the active list item visually. Give me just 1 second. I need a beverage. It is hot in here. Now I'm going to do this though real quick. There we go. Hopefully. Fix my headphones too. I'm all tangled up. More better. Delicious caffeine. Okay. Let's fix let's finish the internal form first. Which is here. Because that's kind of like the last piece of the UI proper before we can worry about just managing the data. And since we've tortured ourselves with UI so far all day, we might as well just continue. So when we want to have this, I broke it. Cool. Because silly me. Because we said handled here. We need to put these up. I forgot this was here. So, if we're active, we do that, then we can clear all those. And actually, since we don't do that if we're not active, we might get away with just handling it that way. Looks like we don't have them bleeding across. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Love that. So, meow. Let's actually do that. Fix the detail display that I just broke. Handle the on-click event with only one handler. Silly me. Now, as I was saying, let's do, you need to be like a discrete thing within here. And we need to get these all the same length for the editable. Probably. Especially this one because it's not. I would probably be okay with strength being shorter. Or the name, I should say, being shorter. But this description field should be longer. Not as long as help text. So it can still be a text field. And I would also kind of like this word wrap to be less weird, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. So here, give it a border kind of set it apart as a thing. And a margin of, let's say, 25. How does that look? Oh, I don't want you to grow all the way to the bottom. You're just details. You can float. Oh, but if you exist... Put you inside of here instead. That's a little better. You, however, can center all in. And then this guy... We also want... a little padding so you're not squished up against your border. And you don't center all because you don't actually grow to fill your parent because you're broken. We'll worry about that later. Aisha, does grow even do anything for us in this case? Okay, yeah. It does do that. And this should actually be, if we're going to do the, if we're only going to grow on the X, then we should be able to, this is justify, to center. That's okay. I'm trying to figure out if that moves my stuff over or not. This is form, so it's all one. No, that looks about the same. Okay. Put you back. And you're not really centering right now, but when you get fixed, hopefully, item details, grow on the X. Hopefully it'll grow over and then center within that. My thoughts. Now, let's fix our little fieldy fields. So that's set to grow. You're set to grow. do we need to... set you to grow and then put you inside of here and all that just so that you'll work? Or is this maybe also a symptom of the failure to grow correctly bug? Yeah, that's all the same. Okay, so if that doesn't get us anything, we'll take it back out. Put you back. Let's double check. I need to select something first and then inspect. And then it is you. Body, item details, form, text field. It's all of that. But you... I bet if I was to not do this, that they would grow to 50-50 and it would be bigger. Let's test that theory. Bet you this is the same bug cropping up. It's got to be a bug. There's just no way it's not. Oh, you would still be that many bigs. That's odd. If we were to do this, well, no, because then we'd lose our grid, right? It would be all wonker. We could try. Give you a styler. Grow on the X. Put you inside of the label container. Value container off of W, not 2, W. That. If we put you both in containers, do you share correctly? No. Max of 30, no max. Okay. So again, because this did nothing, we'll just roll back. We're still going to leave this until they look at their layout stuff. Because I'm still halfway convinced that this is related in some way, shape, or form. should already be set to grow on the X. Meaning that this actually is probably doing nothing. And it appears to be true that it is not doing anything. Okay. So if it doesn't do anything, let's take it out. And we will let it figure itself out. Ooh, I just saw something though. Max X character is 40. We're going to bring you back real quick. Because if we do that, this is the label we still want. We say, look, your your max is 100% of the width. It'll grow until it can't, right? Aha. Okay. You can't be 100 though. Let's just set you to 70. All right, it's reading time. Have a nice day. Hey, you too. Enjoy your reading. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. There we go. Okay. Because otherwise it pushes this out. And we don't really want to do that. Name... Let's leave name shorter. Because we don't really want this thing to be a huge name, right? We just want it to be a normal field, I think. Description, we want it to look a little longer. Yeah. Because then we get like this. That's fairly reasonable. And then like if you go crazy, you go crazy, but we do want though add clear button to these. Just nice. And then you don't get a clear button because you are a text editor. Don't think. Yeah, no. Okay. You are what you are. We'll try that for now. Next thing we need to do is add and say if id dot data struct is not nil. Wait, do we check that here already? We do. We need to check though data struct, which is a list item, which does not yet have the thing we need, which is attributes. We need skills, base attribute ID, which is a null UUID. Because we need to null check it, and that's hard with the regular UUID. The you need to now implement. Oh, we didn't add. That. And you don't have one. So we just return. Oops. That. And then the skills over here. Same deal. Except we return what you have. This I need to dereference so that I can call base attribute on it. And if you're valid, then I add not that, let's call you base at label new label text on W. Hi, where am I from? USA. Set text on you to base attribute. And we want to conform to the style. Throw on the X. $30. What's my stack? Go right now. And then we need to do the chooser for this. Which also means we need to be able to access the list, but we can put it in here for now. It's not chooser, it's new chooser. Also off of W. I like Golang, but I do not know, is it good to land a job as a junior dev? I mean, whatever language your company wants you to write, you just write, right? And there's no language that's going to land you a job as a junior dev more easily right now, right? It's a crap market for everybody. So like, eh. What options? I need my docs, which I closed again because I'm an idiot. There we go. Chooser. We have set items. Set the placeholder. Even quicker than Python? Go? I mean, that's all very relative. This has been some nice progress, but it's time for me to indulge in my daily sleep. You gotta stop that, man. You got an addiction to this sleep stuff. Nice progress on your writing? Or are you talking about me? Keep the good work? I'm gonna try. You do the same, man. Text field, which you don't want. Automatic completion of validation success. Maybe I do want that. Maybe that is nice if your list gets long. Yep, although it's been mostly editing today. I mean, hey, that's good progress, right? Awesome. Well, you have a wonderful evening and a good night, and we'll catch you tomorrow maybe. And I bet if I do this, well, we have to tie them to items. Core chooser item. I mean, I'm a hobbyist since 2019. I'm good at Python, but learning Android Studio, Kotlin past couple months. Cool. I haven't really done a whole lot of Kotlin, but I hear it's relatively nice and better than Java. I've looked at it like once. I like mobile devices. Cool. Chooser item has a value and a text string. And it doesn't look like... What if we were to borrow this from their example here? And instead of set strings, we were to set items. That's a weird pop-up. Why wouldn't you have permission for that? Okay. You down here. This, I don't know why you stayed up. Okay. Apparently we have focus issues in the examples. Cool, 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 cool. Fix that. Now, yeah, this would still work. I don't care about the icon. We would be able to, let's just say, take out the icon and say text is PC, and then text is mobile. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So we could use that. Jetpack Compose, which is front-end framework for Android Studio, so easy to learn. Cool. It's nice to work with. That's nice. That's good. I'm interested in Golang. Maybe I use to learn it after Android. Sure. Um, so let's for this do... Actually, we might not even need that. Let's just try setting you to grow. Let that build. There we go. You'll be over here. So we have a chooser, and its width goes across. Looks funky, but we need to do... Where did you go? Set editable true. And then we won't have any items in there, but that's fine. Actually, we could, just for UI layout. Oh my gosh. Give it me that. Copy. Paste. We can use theirs real quick. And then we can check. You're not there. You're here. I don't know if I like the grow on that one. We might just leave that alone. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. And that would keep growing. That'd be fine. Yeah. I'm okay with that, I think. Golang do not have OOP. I mean, I'm good in Python, but it's 50% of a language, so there are 50% chances to learn it easier. Okay. I guess. I don't think it really matters, but like the learning to think like a programmer is the hard part. And after that, it's all just learning syntax. And like language quirks. So now we got to figure out, we can just do a commit here real quick for fix up the styling on the details pane. Add the chooser if applicable. How old am I? Old enough not to answer that question. So how do we want to get the data into here? We have it at the main level. Bye. We could store it here. We have it. In this case, or we can get it, right? But we also have this manager kind of kicking around. We could actually replace set data list if we wanted to. And let these guys access the data or the skill manager, that both of them really, I guess. Right now it takes a message broker argument. But it wouldn't necessarily need to. Actually, we should have a skill manager in the editor. Because it would need a message broker for the sake of... Yeah. For the sake of having other modules ask it about skills and abilities. Our config manager has skills. Our client, or not client, our server config has skills and attributes. I was saying abilities earlier, that's not what I meant. Did mean attributes. So we could do the same thing and just have two different managers, one for skills and one for attributes. Or we could do one. And that's a bunch of dust. If that gets worse, I'll have to go close some windows. Hang on one sec, be right back. As soon as I get back to my... where did I find my audio thing? There you are. Alright. Doesn't look like it's a big cloud on the horizon. I think... if we're gonna have this all packed up into one, it really might make more sense to put them together. we could do um this is for things that are outside of this package. But do a new skill manager, which as part of it launches the manager to listen for that. And it does return a pointer to itself. But when we add this page, I guess it could hold a reference to that. But then these guys would be connected to it. We'd have to give them the reference. You would have to then run it over the message bus, which, I mean, we could do. I just don't know if it makes a ton of sense. The thing is, like, then we'd have to keep calling anytime we made a change, right? And if we're in this screen, we're going to be probably making changes to this. I'm reasonably happy to have it send them over the message bus for other packages. And they can just pull as they need. But because I'm thinking of the case where we add a thing. But then again, when we do the drop down, it's probably going to build anyway. It just seems silly to go over the bus when you're in the same package. And then we'd have to give them a pointer anyway. So yeah. Yeah, okay. Here's what we're going to do. This is going to be just a manager, new manager. We've already renamed this to just be manager. You I need to do that, and then this is temp attributes. And then when we do this, instead of set data list, we'll do this in stages, sort of. This will be that. We'll actually export this. Ooh, do we need to do that? We'll try it this way first. We might need to trigger an update when we add you. In fact, we know we will, because we had to do it here when we provided it. We needed to update so it would pull up the up-to-date data list and build the widgets inside of itself. So this needs to be internal, unexported, and we need to do our own set manager, return the widget still so that we can chain them. That's M. Update, return yourself. Then inside of here, actually let's do a quick, let's do attributes first. Set manager ed dot. Ooh, it's got a message broker. It doesn't have a manager. Okay. Do I want to do that? Or can we, I think these get built before it launches or run and evaluated. So, oh, we don't have a broker or a log here though. Crap. Because we create a broker here. But we can create we don't need to create, we have that there, and we have this here too also. That. We can wire that up like that. And we need to make sure that this still works. So if we do this, you can go in there, that's fine. On click. I don't actually need to do this at all. I can just do it one. That, this, like so. We have a pager, don't we? We might not. Core.pages. Core new page. Yeah, okay. It is the pager. Open. This will do the... Oh, we might need to do this both places. That's fine. Map editor. And we'll do the same thing in the map editor real quick. because should remain, that's fine. We want to be able to toggle back and forth. Let's make sure that this let's actually put this line back until we know for sure that we don't need that this will work if these get evaluated or not. That opens that. We'll open the map editor first. That way we can test. Ah, no. Okay. Can't. It doesn't get evaluated like I thought it, or hoped it did. Let's put this back here. You're still a new manager now, though. We can get rid of these. Actually, yeah, both of those. So how do I want to wire this up? Get skills, but it takes a message broker. I guess. Otherwise, it just starts to get too messy because we need these things in other places. So we'd have to create them all over the place. We'd have duplicate references everywhere. Let's just run it over. Set broker. MB. Edge broker. Worker? That broker. We need to do that. And then here, do I not? Oh, it's a broker. Ed dot message broker. Stuck in EB from edit bar. So that is that. Let's not do you can return that. I don't know if I need this anymore, if I'm going to do that. Let's take you out temporarily. Here we do broker isn't nil. And that's going to go around all of you guys. That. We would need this. And we might need to do the same thing we've done before, where up until we decide what to do about logging. You are let's see this. The init logger, but make you this. Oop, not logs. Log. Because we'll need a set log on it, so we can go generate that if we do that and export it. It's just logger, it's fine. If error's not nil, then we do log dot error. We say error getting skills from message broker, message bus. We log the error. Let's make sure we do a new line. And we return. This becomes range skills. And then this becomes skills at I. You were at, oh. We need to give you the address. But I can't use that as a type list item. That's problematic. The other thing, we have to worry about this. So these look different in memory, so we can't just hang that. I can't do that because that's backwards. This would need to accept an interface. And then when we did this, we would need to type assert it to a list item. Does that break the pointer? That's an interesting question. Let's do, if we make our own setter for this, make it accept an interface and type assert to list item. Empty interface. Can I type assert? I was gonna wrap things up and think about this, but I'm too deep. I gotta go into here and know. I got to know. So, item details. Has gone missing. Here we are. I must close you. Do that. Don't mess with type gen. Don't mess with strings. This then we need to go generate, except for I can't do that. This goes away. We're just gonna YOLO this. If I hate it, we just chuck it and try again a different way. That, let's go generate really quick. Like so, okay. Now, nope, sorry, not you. Over here in my item details, let's see, you can get closed, you can get closed, you can get closed. You can get details, set, data, struct, empty interface. Oops, details. So we do id dot data struct equal, type search. Um, I just want to know if this works. It kind of looks like it does, which would be really awesome. That. But in fact, we do wish to give you that. Now. I forgot to irrigating skills should be skills and attributes got that skill but got list items. Okay. I need to fix this really quick. To open the correct page again. Okay. Because should be a skill but got a list item because of the way we did our temp. But we can switch back. That's not a problem. Since we're running through that. Oh, but this, this only works for skills because this widget needs to be both. So we would have to split these into two managers. Then we'd still have the problem of I think we can still test this though. So if we do our temp skills, if we do that, skills and attributes then has this needs to go back to skill, which is fine, I think. Okay, so we don't have, not getting errors, but I don't get details. And I wonder if wonder if I'm failing to assert. Yes, I am. Okay. Can I do that? Like, it's still a pointer, but it doesn't need to be a pointer to an interface because the pointer will satisfy the interface just as well as a copy. Forgot to do this as well. Cannot indirect ID data struct variable interface type. Ah, right. Don't know if this is insane or not. We're going to find out, though. Ah. Aha. Okay, so. We would need to log this, or something. Which I don't necessarily love. Because we can't just ignore the error, I don't think, if we're going to chain things, right? We also need to make sure that we are correctly addressing, like, I've given you a pointer, so I guess I could do, so on a click, we set the data struct, and we could do this. That might give us a quick test. Think. To make sure that I understand correctly what I'm doing. Oh, that's, yes. And if I was to do that, oh, it's not bound though. We would need to have a save. We could do that though by, let's do the description, and we can do dot on update. Oh, I could just do this, that, the on click. We can wire up just as a test to do data struct dot description equals description value dot text. Oops, not tooltip. Oh, right. Because this is, because these are all private, that kind of blows that idea out of the water anyway. Because this is an interface, it's not a thing. We'd have to give it a setter, which is fine. Um, I want that. I want. Which wouldn't fix our interface anyway. Because we'd still have to deal with an interface, right? Because the widget is generic, and we don't want to duplicate the widgets. Because then every change you have to make in both places, and they get out of sync, and it's all awful, right? So a little tricky. I have to think about this a little bit. But for now, I think I'm going to call it here. I normally stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, if you show up tomorrow at this time, minus 4 hours or so, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing it again. Thank you for everybody who showed up and the great chats we had earlier on today. And we'd love to see you again. And if not, have a great weekend anyway. And maybe we'll